Yeah, yeah, it was a good news crawl. We've had some like lackluster ones recently. Okay. So, part we left off on. Let's look at it. So here we are. We got the header made. I think it looks all right. The name of the app and the logo, temporary for now. We need to work on the keywords page. And we created some GK work. So now we just need to do this stuff. So yeah, pnpm dev. Enjoying your afternoon? Nice. Ooh, before we get too deep, yeah, we got that stuff launched. I do need more water. So let me go do that real quick. And hey, what's up? Fix it? Yeah, thank you for the raid. Yeah, what were you up to on your stream? Your back random stream. How random? What'd you do? Started doing some Go? Nice. Damn, a 10-hour stream? Awesome. Yeah, like, what'd you start building with Go? Just solving leak code, you don't learn much. Yeah, exactly. Yep. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I learn languages much better by just building something. Leak code teaches patterns? Barely. Like depth first and breadth search, maybe? Or depth first and breadth first? Those two patterns, but that's about it. The rest is just algorithm BS. You think people should stay away from I don't mind AI like as like just auto completion. I think there's value to that. And what's up, Brainless? How you doing? Right? Like don't let it autocomplete entire like chunks, but like single line auto completion's fine. Or a couple line auto completion. Yeah, yeah. So the one I use is Super Maven, which is owned by Cursor. And I mainly used it because it was fast on my Mac Mini, like my old Mac Mini. On the new one, I could use any of them and it'd be fine. But it was like massively faster than Copilot. There you go, Surly. Oh yeah. You don't have motivation to work on projects you can't monetize, and monetizing is a pain in the ass. That's fine. Lightspeed, like, you can still build out like a proof of concept. I think there's value to that. Like, build out your proof of concept, and then if the proof of concept works and does what you need, then you can monetize it. So you can still have the goal of monetization without doing the monetization part. Yeah, like prove out the MVP as quick as possible, right? Via a prototype, basically. Hold on, sorry. Sorry. work message. Sorry, work stuff. Okay, so hold on. Yeah, so Wing Out, you hate front end design, MVPs. You thought Me Election was pretty gold, actually. As far as like something people would pay for? Maybe. I just really think something like B2B is like easier to knock out of the park. B2C stuff is just so much harder to actually monetize. I don't know. Yeah, exactly. And I do think Me Election's a good idea. I just fucking hate the app stores. And I really do think having a web app that doesn't require people to download it is the requirement. So yeah, it'd basically be like a rewrite. And I liked the design of it. I really liked the design of Me Election. And we still got the code. It's pushed up. It's in my GitHub. I can do something with it whenever. There will be one hell of an update process for React Native and Expo, but that'd be fine. All right. Where the hell? Oh yeah, I see what that was. That was just leftover. Oh, but I wanted to leave it right because I just wanted to make sure I had this pattern, right? The whole like city like keyword ID thing. Yeah. You should learn React. Any quick tips? I'd say use a boilerplate instead of like trying to build it all out yourself, like figuring out state management libraries and blah blah blah. Once you've done like some work with it, then moving on to like building a project from scratch would be another good learning experience. Pick and choose what state management libraries you like, so try a bunch of them. Fix it. Do you have much like front end web application experience in general? I guess that would also be something. Like, have you used Ember or Angular or Vue or Svelte or any of those? Like Solid, any of them would help, right? But it's more like the structure of a front end like single page application is also like its own learning curve. So if you haven't done any of that, you're going to be dealing with that too. And yeah, that one's a little tougher. Yeah, exactly. Find like a working example. Oh, hold on. No, you're good. You can do links now. You made your first page in 1995, not done much for 15 years. Your page is horrible. I get it. Okay, so real quick, let me read what you were saying. Blah 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 blah. And I don't mean that in a negative way. So it's just HTML and CSS, not even responsive. So you need to learn the modern stuff. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, honestly, fix it. It might be worth doing free code camp. Let's go look at some, like I want to double check how new their React stuff is. And if it's a little older, all right, there's the Bootstrap, jQuery, React component did mount and all that. So yeah, I would say Odin project is probably more up to date for React stuff. Let's double check their React stuff. Yep, yeah, looks like they're hooks based. or at least like functional components. So I'd say that is way better than what's in Free Code Camp right now. They do mention class components, though. Maybe not. No, so they are using hooks. Okay. Yeah, I would say you could probably even skip over class components for now. So yeah, at least Odin Project for the React part. Free Code Camp is really good at like the HTML, CSS stuff though. But so is Odin Project. So I don't know. That would be my recommendation. All right, so back to what we're doing. All right, so we got the keywords page made. Recommendation for backend? Like, what do you mean by that? Backend goes pretty deep, but they do cover that stuff on Odin Project. Right? Like databases, Node.js, Ruby on Rails. If you're asking for like a language recommendation, I don't know, man. Patterns are more important than the language. But look at what language they're hiring for in your area. Yeah, for language, that's going to depend on where you live, basically. See what jobs are available near you. Especially if you're starting out on backend, they're not going to want someone super junior as a remote dev. So they're going to want you to go into the office. It doesn't matter, man. I'm sorry. I don't give recommendations like that. I don't think they're helpful. You got to put in some effort. No one can make these decisions for you. Sorry, Darv. I know it's not what you're looking for. But yeah, I don't like being prescriptive about that stuff. Unless you have a specific thing you want to build, and then it can matter. But at this point, if you're just trying to learn backend in general, just pick one. If you don't want to like actually put in the research. All right, so yeah, we got this keywords page. It is really empty. We don't need to export a function here, though. Then you're fine. Then keep going. I'm sorry, like, no, I'm not going to be prescriptive about that. Yeah, most like backend API languages are just glue to your database and third-party APIs. Your glue language doesn't matter that much. All right, not until you have some specific constraints, but you don't have any constraints right now, so too bad. Like, I don't know, man. Sorry. I'm going to push back very hard on giving any kind of recommendation there. I'm not sure about that fix it. Like, you can make a mess in any language. I can create unreadable spaghetti in any language. So here's a quick thing, though. Darv, if, like, what are you using as your framework in backend stuff? It depends on the project. For this one, I'm using Elixir. I would not recommend Elixir for you right now. But what framework are you using with Node.js? Are you just raw dogging Express, or are you using like a larger framework? I will give a recommendation on that. Okay, so I would say that is probably the wrong approach. I would recommend something like Nest.js or Adonis. I think Nest.js is definitely like more recommended these days, but I don't know for sure. I haven't used either one for a while. But they at least have patterns for how to structure your code better. You know, like where models go, how you wire up to the database. If you're going to be using Fastify or Express, you're going to be figuring that stuff out yourself. So yeah, like how the middleware and the pipes and the guards and interceptors and blah, 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 and all that stuff. I recommend something with more structure. And that maybe ties into what Fixit was talking about. The messy code he's seen was probably just some Express nonsense. Maybe Shets. There's still a lot of back-end Node stuff where you don't even have to touch the front end, though. My recommendation is not to teach or not to learn a whole new language for back-end if you're already familiar with JavaScript. Because if he's raw dogging Express, he's probably missing some of the fundamental patterns that are going to apply to any language he learns. Even with Go, there are recommended frameworks for how to structure your code. Where your models live, etc., right? If you've never worked on or worked with a larger opinionated framework, you should definitely give it a shot because it'll help inspire you on how to build your code in the future anyway, right? If you want to start raw dogging Express in the future again, having worked with a larger framework will at least give you some of those patterns to reuse. But I would actually not recommend learning a new language until you've learned those patterns, because then those patterns apply to every language. Most of the ones like Nest.js are going to be mimicking Ruby on Rails. All larger frameworks are mimicking Ruby on Rails. Yeah, I mean, I would push back on that. .NET is still just like a loose framework. There's most likely a framework on top of .NET that gives you that structure. I would consider .NET at the same level as Express. There's a common pattern to what I'm talking about, though. Like, when Fixit was asking about front-end dev, I recommended finding something with the web application like boilerplate. You know, router, state management, etc. Because those ideas are portable. They don't matter what framework you're using or what language you're using. The structure is really important. So it's about fundamentals, but not language fundamentals. Sure, or a boilerplate for React that has those things built in, or you know, like a boilerplate for Svelte. Like the framework itself doesn't matter nearly as much as having some structure. And Angular still doesn't enforce all that stuff, right? There are still options for state management with Angular. Do you want to use, what do they call them? Signals. Do you want to use RxJS services? Do you want to use NGRX? Like, there's still those decisions to make. Instead, start with a boilerplate that shows you like where these things go and how they fit together. Angular is still not opinionated enough, in my opinion. Right? You're going to need some kind of like boilerplate for it. Yeah, there you go, fix it, right? But you already know that that's what you needed to do, right? But yeah, like choose a larger framework, not just Express, because then you're having to figure out that structure yourself. .NET with MVC, sure, but you know that's more, right? That's the thing on top of .NET. I just didn't know what like the actual framework for .NET is, but you can write C#.NET stuff that isn't MVC. So just saying .NET isn't descriptive enough. Oh yeah, I'm not gonna let it autocomplete all that. Hell no. Hey, nice, brainless. Neo-brutalism. But yeah, exactly, Cotter. Yeah, it's a fun framework. And the theming of it is really cool. Like you can go, where is it? Docs, styling, configure your base like theme. Yeah, it's built on top of shadcn. Man, you know, do you want rounded corners? Sure, go for it. I'm normally nice. Yeah. Sometimes I go off the rails like last night a bit. Yeah, it's worth checking out, Cotter. Right, you can adjust the shadow. I don't know. Not much, Casadev. I don't want to even talk about it because it'll just bring up the conversation again. At least I don't have the whiskey in me, so I'm not going to let it go as deep as it should. Or it could, I should say. Vaguely political. Actually, overtly political. I like how these sliders actually update like the whole site too, so you can actually see it in all of your like when you're looking at components and stuff too. Like it gets really good. Yeah, this is a well-made site. Yeah, I went with the yellow, I think. Hold on, I don't even remember now. Yeah, I went with the yellow. Blue's not bad either, though. Yeah, no worries, Darth. to use for accessibility? I don't know about that. I think some of the contrast isn't as good for some of the colors. But it's based on ShadCN and Radix, so they're already doing like some of the accessibility stuff for you. Okay, so one thing we need to do. Yeah, here's where we're setting this stuff. What's up, Code Cannon? How you doing? Selected org doesn't exist, but it will need to. Vim motions? No, I probably should. I don't find typing speed to be my bottleneck. Right? Like, I don't type the fastest. But the speed at which I enter code, it doesn't hold me back. Right? The thing to optimize is the speed with which you think about your code. Right? Speed with which you can scan and read your code. And Prime makes a good point. How do I know if I haven't done it? Right? Like, how do I know that typing speed isn't my bottleneck? It's definitely one of those, like, it's almost a tautology. He does have a point, but again, I don't think it matters. But I also have a bias because my parents. My dad is one of those people that brags about his typing speed, or at least used to. And he didn't write code, you know? Like, he was a hardware design person. Like, he designed SMS 800, which routes, or at least used to route, I don't know if it still does, the 1-800 numbers. My mom wrote number portability, which is actually what tied a 1-800 number to the landline that it was associated with. And she wasn't the only person, it was a team, but like, there's just the difference there. My dad brags about typing speed, but never actually needed it, and my mom does the hunt and peck thing and jams down, like she raises her hand in the air to hit enter. You know, like when she's doing like SQL query stuff. But the business value of the software she's written dwarfs the business value of the software my dad has written. So, yes, that's anecdotal evidence. It's not proof of anything, but that's where my bias comes from. She doesn't raise her arm that high in the air, but she does. She raises her hand up to like hit enter. Bam! Like, I used to feel sorry for her keyboards. Yeah, see, I don't. That doesn't matter to me, Darv. Here's the thing, though. If you like it, then do it. That's all that matters, right? Are you enjoying the process? If you enjoy it, keep doing it. I just don't find value in it. I don't care. Like, you'll find that, I sit on the keyboard a lot. You know, like, I move around a little bit, but I don't need Vim motions for it. Ooh, and we are going to need roll. And we're not getting roll from anywhere, so we do end up needing types. So yeah, admin, right. And we'll add super admin. Yeah, exactly. Yep. Yeah, the bottleneck is thinking about the code, not the actual typing process. We spend more time reading code than writing code. So optimize your ability to scan and read code more so than anything else. Write code that is readable more than anything else. But yeah, I mean, I do think these conversations need to happen. So yeah, I don't mind these conversations, however repetitive they get. There you go, brainless. When you code, your fingers spend more time reaching for your vape than actually typing code. There you go. I like that. Okay, so we've got that state stuff. So now we head back to dashboard layout. Um, Yeah, hold on. No, I want to rename that state. So instead of org, this is selected org. All right, so now we need to create that org's service. It's actually org service. Whoops. We may want to track the user's most recently selected org, but we'll call that good. I'm using Yotai. It's pretty much my default at this point because I don't like proxies. There's just too many foot guns with proxies, and getting direct access to the data is important to me. Keep in mind that proxies end up being like the fastest thing you can do, right? Legend state is really, really fast. JS framework benchmark, interactive results. You know, there's stuff faster than Legend, but oh, maybe Legend isn't the fastest anymore? Oh. Yeah, Legend has some really bad characteristic performance when it comes to swapping rows. All right. Wow. All right. Yeah, this has definitely changed. Yeah, that has definitely changed. Um, like JavaScript proxies. No, not Mozilla JS proxy. Here you go. So basically, what you hear of as signals are typically proxies, and they come with their own conventions that I find really annoying. And if you ever directly listen to a proxy in a like a use effect, you're going to create an endless loop because you need to listen to the data that's behind the proxy, not the proxy itself. It's a really easy foot gun, but it gets really annoying to have it happen every once in a while. So, yeah, I don't know. Not a fan. And then debuggability, not ideal. Like, I don't know. It's definitely something you can work around, skill issue, right? But I prefer not having to think about it. Now, let me double check. I don't think Yotai is proxies under the hood, but I could be wrong. Right, getters and setters. Like, let me just do this. So there is an option for an atom with proxy. But yeah, it's not proxy based by default. So yes, I've used Voltio, I've used NanoStores, I've used MobX. All of those are proxy based. And I feel like I've just been so annoyed with them in the past that I reach for other stuff. So the difference is Yotai is atomic data stores. Proxies can be used in a somewhat atomic way, but it's just a different mechanism under the hood. One thing to remember is that Voltio, Yotai, and Zustand are all made by the same like group of people, right? They're all under the Poimanders, or I don't know how to pronounce it, but Poimanders like organization on GitHub. But even though they're made by the same people, they have different approaches to how you manage state. I tend to not care about something as structured as Redux, which Zustand is a flavor of, right? I find the boilerplate of Redux a bit meh. But there is something to be said where if you do use Zustand or Redux, that pattern is something you can take with you from project to project, whereas Yotai is its own like unique snowflake from project to project. So if you care about working on a team and onboarding new devs and blah, 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 well, yeah, no, Redux then becomes really appealing. Some exciting news and some bad news. All right. Hit us with it there, Tommy. I forgot to rename the service. That's fine. I would say you can go pick it up. And you could even operate without the battery in it in most cases. And then once the battery comes in, then you're good to go. Unless it's a Mac. Nice, man. Where's my layout? Ah, I messed one thing up. Okay, so setting the org works. What? How is that a never? Oh, and you know what? Ooh, I like that. So hold up. Yeah, I forgot about derived state. So what we can do here is we don't even need to do that. Which means I don't think we even need that. Yeah, no worries, fix it. Thanks for hanging out, and thank you for the raid. So yeah, this is one of my favorite parts of one of my favorite parts of Yotai. What we can do with our store here is selected org. I believe we can pass a second argument here. Maybe not. Hold on. Let me look up how we do that real quick, just to be sure. Ooh. Does Atom with storage not allow this? Hmm. the hell is atom with storage? Have they deprecated it? Let me get more music going first. Interesting. So then what is atom with toggle? Oh, I see, I see. Okay, so maybe... Oh no, I didn't want repository. Maybe there's atom effect. I think we saw that. Where did I see that? Ah, use atom effect. Well, shit. Damn, alright, so I can't show off my favorite feature because atom with storage doesn't have it. But let me just show an example. If we were to do something like that, wait, what? Now I'm really confused. Oh, hold on. Oh, right. Hmm. Okay, yeah, I forgot this part. Oh, maybe I can still do the on mount? Ah. Okay, so hold on. Nah, we can't use on mount for this either. Because we need to be able to get like the current state. Yeah. All right. Whatever. Yeah, so atom with storage not having the derived state is kind of annoying, but we can just do that on the layout. That actually bums me out a little bit. All right, so now why is this? Oh, yeah, we can just do that because the type is derived. And then here we need to listen for. Uh, I don't actually want that way. So what we want to do here then is store. Nope. All right, where's our import from Yotai? Yeah, we don't want to do that either. Thanks, Tommy. I appreciate that. No, not tutorial. Try this. Selected org dot. Nope, not read. It's a state management library. And I feel like there's some stuff that has changed. Maybe in 2.0. So let me look at this real quick. V2 API migration. Do I have Walter open still? I do not. I want to double check how I'm doing this. So yeah, we see Atom with storage there. We see regular atoms. We are going to need a has permission check. So we can just throw that into auth. Oh, not that one. We'll at least comment it for now. And yeah, where am I using store? Oh, it is get default store. Okay. No, so I do need that. Okay. Little annoying, but not a big deal. I was trying to remember how I did that. But yeah, so get default store. It's outside the scope of React, but we don't need this thing to actually re-render when it happens. So now I can just do store.get of that. And if we don't have that value, then we set the selected org. Yeah, all right. And what we can do here we do current org. And here we do another check. If orgs dot find then here we want to set it to we could set it to the first one. Yeah. And actually, since we're doing the same step, we can just make this an org check. Cool. So now we're going to do a fetch for our orgs. We get them back. We check if we have a current org selected. or if we don't have one, then we set the one in the first row, and then, or the first one in the list. And then otherwise, we also do a find and make sure that the currently selected org is one that's in that list. And if it isn't, then we just set it to the one that's in the first one in the list. Because that could be something that happens if someone's like using multiple accounts. I don't know why they do that, but possible that they're doing it for a personal thing as well as for like a client project or work. It could definitely happen where they don't necessarily want to reuse the same email across those two user accounts. I could see that. Makes sense to me. Okay, so now that we have an org, we can actually start fetching but yeah, there's going to be some other stuff. So yeah, the currently selected org we actually want to listen for. All right, so then, yes, if we have an org, we render the page outlet. The user can't do anything without an org, at least for the time being. We'll just call create an org here. We don't actually need that. And then, yeah, this is where we want to do something like yeah, we're gonna do card dot. Oh, is it just card content? Yeah, and it's actually not content. We want heading. Oh, and yeah, create an org goes there. Create a new organization to get started. Oh. Then card description. And then here, not in there, but card content. Let's see how much it auto-completes. We don't need all that junk. Nope. Nope. Never mind. Nope. I was wrong. Oh, wrong thing. So we're going to need to create a form. We'll pull it out to a component eventually. I don't think we need to do that right now. No, we do. Yeah, so this whole card is going to pull out. And we're just going to call it new org. Messing this up. We want return that. We need to bring in all of these components. And then, yeah, this is where I almost want to make the decision of do I want this just to be a presentational form, or can we just make it use actually this is going to be org form, not new org form. Because we want to do it for editing in org too. So then if we think about the components, or not the components, the props that are going to be passed to this, it's going to be something like org and then on submit. So the idea of a, like, the way they've been called in the past is smart component and dumb component. I think there's a better way of calling it where it's more like logic component and presentational component. My routes typically act as the logic component, and the presentational components just take in their props. So basically, presentational components should be pure, meaning that given the same arguments, they always re-render the same way. That frees you up for things like jest testing, or storybook in a really easy way without having to like mock the world. So by making this purely presentational, it means that the logic component is responsible for passing this on submit hook, so doing the thing whenever it's submitted. And then it's also responsible for passing in the org, whether it's there or not. That means that I can reuse this form on the edit page, as well as the create page, as well as, inside of, other pages too. So it's basically just a form of abstraction that makes this code reusable without having to like copy and paste. That pattern is something I picked up from Angular ages ago, but it makes it nice where when you are trying to debug an application, especially one that you didn't build from scratch, you're jumping onto a team. If you see a URL and your bug is on that page, and you know that it's having to do with how the data is sent or fetched, your first step is the route, like component that you're on. So you go to the router, you find where that route is, you then go to the component representing that route, and all of the logic for how things are changing should just be right there. Boom. So debugging state changes and data fetching is actually a lot simpler because it's always in the top level. And if you want to establish context to pass things down within that router, or that route, I should say, then that's fine. I typically don't mind a couple levels of prop drilling. Once you start dealing with many levels of prop drilling, well then, yeah, either state management or an ad hoc context per route. But still, like all of your data fetching is happening at the top level. I massively prefer that approach to application development. Now, this is one of those things where, people disagree. I don't believe Theo writes his applications this way, and that's fine. It's a different approach. And this is why when I've been on some spaces with Theo and I talked about this pattern, I don't think he was understanding what I was saying necessarily. But I find this pattern massively useful because of the debugging aspect of it. It's especially not useful for Theo because most of the apps that he's working on, he helped build from scratch, right? Like startup-wise. Whereas if he were working at a larger company, he would totally understand this, right? Like an app that he didn't build, yeah, how does he go through the debugging process of figuring out some bug that is assigned to him? Now, because I'm the only one working on this, it's not a big deal, but it's still just, if I stick with this pattern, it's just easier for me to like maintain it. And maybe some projects end up having other devs I want to onboard, then they also get to benefit from the logic component and the presentational component. Now keep in mind that you don't always have to do the logic component at the very top level of the route. There are cases for the logic component being deeply nested, but still separating out the logic component at that nested state versus the presentational component that's rendering that logic still makes it to where that like presentational component is testable and storybookable and all that stuff. And, opinions like these are really what you establish as you become more experienced as a front-end engineer. And I really do consider it engineering at that point, being concerned with that approach. Now, let me check one thing. I do have a concert I'm going to tonight. we're not even close to like me needing to leave yet. I just want to see what time they start. Numos, magic, sword. Looks like it starts at 8 p.m., but there's 2 opening acts. It would be nice to check out the opening acts, so I don't know. I'll plan on getting there around 8, which means I don't need to leave here till 7, so we got plenty of time. And actually, 7 would put me there pretty early. I don't need to leave here till like 7:30. So yeah, we got plenty of time. But yeah, if I were conducting front-end interviews for like a senior front-end developer, like these are the kind of questions I would ask. Like, you know, how do you go about you know, how do you go about structuring your application with concerns for storybook and testability, right? How do you build out your component structure? I wouldn't try and like lead them too much because I'd like them to say it themselves, but if they don't say it, I'd say, well, how do you feel about the logic component and presentational component pattern? And it's not like a pass-fail thing, it's just part of the heuristic of, are they actually senior? They should know that, or at least be aware of it. They should probably know some other stuff, and if they don't check any of those boxes, well, then that tells you something. But it's not just like a one and done like failure kind of thing. It's all of it. Like interceptors is another one that I really like. But not everybody who works on a front-end application touches the interceptors. It's typically the person who scaffolds the project, and then maybe 1 or 2 people that have to like deal with a bug written in it. But I would still kind of consider that a true like senior front-end engineer should have come across interceptors at some point in their career. But it's not a pass-fail. I don't use Storybook on my side projects at all. But it doesn't mean that it's not valuable to write in a way that you would. Yeah, Storybook is better when you're working at an organization where the front end and the back end are being developed like at the same time. So the back end is being developed. You don't have an API to hit, but you do have design stuff that you've been given. So you can build out Storybook components before worrying about how you're going to get the data to fill them. So yeah, like again, this is something where when I'm doing a solo project, it doesn't matter because these things have to like waterfall along with each other rather than being done in parallel. Recommendations for learning SQL. So there's 2 aspects to SQL databases, Tommy. There's database design, and then there's actually like writing queries. Those are 2 separate things, but you kind of need to learn both. Like you need to have a database to query to get to the query step. But I don't have any specific resources in mind, so maybe Odin Project. I think they had a database section, right? So yeah, their database section's part of like the Ruby on Rails step, but it may not show much Ruby, so it might not be a big deal. Yeah, I really enjoyed that. Yeah, the database design process is really fun. I was lucky in that I had a really good teacher at community college for the database design class I had. He was moonlighting. He was an engineer at Google, and he taught like a really good process of, if you're going to be building a schema and you want to understand it. Let me just do a new file here. You might do something like, well, I know I need users, right? You're not going to necessarily go in and add like the IDs yet. You just need to have some of this other stuff like, well, we know we need name and email. Sure. We know we're going to need orgs. Sure. All right. So like this part, you're giving it like all the things that it cares about. You're not worrying about relations. Instead, you're just building out like the domain model of things in your application. And then after this step, after you've identified that, then you break it down into how these relations go. So then like completely separate would be the next step where you actually start, the entity relationship diagram, which would then be, well, users, user ID, or maybe just ID, and you would give it a data type. Whereas like, in the first step, you don't care about the data types. You're not worried about, is it a text record or is it a varchar? It doesn't matter in the like object phase. But once you get into the ERD, then it does matter. And well, are we going to use int 32? Sure, why not? It should probably be 64, but whatever, right? So separating out the phase where you care about like the database specific minutia. And this would be, varchar 128 or something, right? Technically, you lose nothing by doing a varchar, what is it, 256? I think that's the max. Like you don't, it might be 128, I can't remember now. But you lose nothing by making a varchar the maximum length. So you might as well just do it. Because it's only going to, in the database, going to take up how much you use. But then, yeah, we do that. I think it is 128, actually. Shit. Pretty sure it's 128. So then here, right, we'd have orgs, int, name, description, right? But those users and keywords wouldn't be props on this table. So then we'd have to do, well, org users, right? And then you start doing all that kind of BS. So yeah, they taught me this pattern for database design, and I really liked it. And then also I was pretty lucky in that my mom, at the time especially, was doing a lot of like database query optimization for Microsoft. So she got to like tell me some of these things, like the varchar 128 versus varchar 32. It doesn't matter, right? You're going to have application logic that's going to cap it anyway. And that application logic may change over time. It's a lot easier to just put it at the max and change your application logic than it is to go through and create the migration that changes these fields. And there's nothing lost by doing a varchar 128 versus something smaller, because the size of the varchar is really the length of the string in there. And then like it's the length of the string that's actually there, and then the string itself. Like, hold on, no, there's like, I'm phrasing that wrong, but you pretty much don't use the extra bytes like a char would. Like foo char 128 will always be 128 bytes, whereas the varchar will only take up the bytes for the length of the string that's in it, and technically an extra bit saying like the length that's actually in there, or maybe the max length. I think that's basically it. So the max length is a value stored on it, which I believe is like 4 bytes. 2 bytes. I think it's 2 bytes. And then whatever the length of the varchar is, right? So that's like the actual data cell length. Whereas char is going to be always 128 bytes long, and it's actually going to pad that string with a bunch of space at the end. But there is a massive performance boost from doing char 128 because the database query optimizer, or maybe like the database engine, let me put it that way, can see that it's 128, so it can just jump to the next field as it's doing its indexing, as it's going from row to row. If every single field in a row is a fixed length, like this char 128, then it knows exactly how long that row is, and it can jump from row to row really quickly. It can jump to the part in that row for the thing that you're trying to select for. So part of database normalization is getting rid of all variable length fields from at least the table that you want to be heavily optimized. So yeah, that part my mom taught me. That wasn't part of the database design class. And yes, I recognize I am massively privileged by having a mom that programs. So, I mean, Christopher, related to what I was just talking about, there's no such thing as a char in SQLite. So if you are trying to write massively scalable databases with proper normalization, SQLite isn't the move. Every single field that is text is a varchar, basically, besides like the larger like text field. You only have varchar. There's no such thing as a char. There's also no such thing as a Boolean. I find those two things really kind of problematic when you're trying to design databases for scale. Now, granted, if you don't have multi-user and multi-connection support, you probably don't need to worry about optimizing for like normalization anyway. Exactly. Yep. Every Boolean is really just a 0 and a 1 under the hood. Now, granted, that's what Booleans are too, but in SQLite, it's literally an integer. That's what I'm saying, like, you can do that, but an integer is bigger than a Boolean, as far as database storage concerns go. Right? It's like the difference between 1 byte and 4 bytes, I believe. So hold on, let me double check that. Postgres int types. Yeah, 2, 4. Okay, so you could do small int. So then it's only 2 bytes. But the Boolean would be 1 byte. And at major levels of scale, that can add up. As far as I know, char is actually still just a varchar. I'm almost positive. Like, I'm almost positive. Because we were going through that as I was building out a Terso database previously. So, SQLite data types. Yeah, they're all based, like, yeah, you can use char or varchar, but it's still just a text under the hood. Yeah, storage classes and data types. It's really just these. That's it. Now, integer at least has various magnitudes, but text just doesn't. It's just a string. All right, here's the one where they talk about Boolean. Yep. So yeah, yeah, Lightspeed. I don't know. Was that Google's AI? It was developed by someone who was in the Navy for a project they were working on. Yes, it wasn't necessarily a project that the Navy specifically funded. It was just something someone decided to make. Yeah, it was. That's like really, you got to be careful about Google's like AI summary bullshit. That's the one that told you you can. What was it? You can keep the cheese from falling off your pizza by using glue, or something like that. Like, nah, man. Do not trust Google's like AI summary bullshit. Trust but verify. Gnarly Lake. All right. So yeah, anyway, if you're really concerned about database design, it can get really deep, like really quickly. And then your choice for what database you chose, like, you know, like for building your application and architecture, that stuff starts to matter. It's just spitting out Reddit posts with no concern for whether it's sarcastic or not. Yeah, sounds about right. But yeah, what up, Rose? How you doing? But yeah, can you tell I really like talking about this stuff? Like database design is one of the more fun parts of building an application. All right. So yes, I do have a thing at 8. I'll be leaving at 7:30. So we got 2.5 hours, which means I can have one, maybe two of these, but the second one we can't have for another hour. This is some Buffalo Trace. But yeah, how's everyone's Friday going? What y'all up to? I don't drink on the rocks typically. I don't trust restaurants and their ice machines. Ice machines are filthy. Sometimes I'll get, whiskey Coke without saying no ice, but That's usually after I've had a few. But yeah, no. So I'll drink whiskey neat oftentimes, but I'm mixing. It's a whiskey lemonade. And yeah, I don't do ice at home because it's just too much effort. Like getting up and grabbing the ice and blah blah blah. Like if I had an ice machine right next to me, maybe, but that would be super loud, so that'd be annoying. Ooh, vodka lemonade is solid as well. Whiskey Sprite. I don't think I've done a whiskey Sprite. Oh no, I do have a fridge that produces ice, for sure, but it's all the way in the kitchen. I don't want to get up for it. If I had one right next to me, maybe. I'd still have to like get up and do something though. Whereas like, nah, I can just keep sitting. Like I am. Do you guys realize how lazy I am? Yeah, like I did. Yeah. I'm incredibly lazy. I'm actually on the fence of whether I even want to like leave the house today. Like, ugh, driving all the way to Seattle? I don't know. I don't know. Makes sense. I don't know. One of my favorite quotes about programming is Bill Gates. He said he likes hiring lazy developers. They'll often find simpler solutions, right? Faster. Something like that. Hold on. Lazy developers quote. Here you go. Bill Gates allegedly said, I choose a lazy person to do a hard job because a lazy person will find an easy way to do it. Whether he actually said it or not, it's a good quote. But people are saying that quote can't be found anywhere. Maybe. Still nice and pithy. All right, so back to what we're doing here. I need to go back to org form and make null an appropriate value. Oh, and this is org response. Or null. All right, so we need two more things. There's going to be cancelable. On cancel is optional. And then submit text is required, though, right? If we're requiring the submit button, submit text is also required. Oh, and sorry, Lake, I just saw that. Did I catch any of the Lex Friedman or I think it's Friedman. I don't know. Did I catch any of that podcast? I didn't. I don't really listen to podcasts. I don't really watch YouTube videos about programming. I'm sure it's great. You know, Prime is very entertaining. He's very articulate. It's probably a great podcast. I don't know. I don't really watch that stuff. Now, I will happily send it into a summarizer at some point. So hold on. Yeah, what's the link? Primogen, Lex, boom. There we go. So now I got some reading to do. Ooh, they actually did his full name. Yeah, he doesn't typically like that being out there. Yeah. I use this to summarize all sorts of shit. Five-hour podcast is pretty gnarly. Yeah. Struggles with recursion, right? Because first, to understand recursion, you have to understand recursion. Predictable programming in corporate settings. Yeah, that can be boring. Yep, childhood addiction and loss. Yep. Yeah, like, here's the thing. Most of the stuff that's going to be in here, if you've been following and talking and, like, if you've seen Prime stream enough times, you know all this stuff already. So I don't actually think there's going to be much I gain from it. Yeah, like, as I'm scanning this, I don't see anything that's new to me. Yeah. So, I don't know. See, I don't like that. I actually really dislike the 2 times speed. Right? At that point, if I'm worried about, like, the speed at which I consume it, I'd rather just read it at that point, you know? I can scan text faster than 2x speed, you know? I'm very much a blog post reader. So, like, that summary, how accurate is that? I'd say it's probably pretty good. AI transcripts end up being good enough. Like, they may, like, hallucinate certain words. But no, what I'm talking about is actually, like, I'd rather just read a crafted blog post rather than, like, the video for it. Now, granted, in this day and age, you should be doing both. So if you're at a company where they want X blog posts per week or whatever, that's just untenable because you need to be making video content that is basically the content of that blog post. So yeah, I think there are definitely companies out there that... Oh shit. Yeah, I needed to get a thing started. Thank you, Donut, for reminding me. Yeah. Like, I really do think in this day and age, if you're making a blog post, you should be focusing on making the video for it as well. Because some people do prefer video. Like, I get it. That's fine. It's why I make videos myself. Just because it's not something I would watch doesn't mean that it doesn't have value. So yeah, pretty much every blog post I write should have a video accompanying it. It's not always the case, because a video takes way more effort. But for work, I think that's absolutely the case. Oh, damn, that's a good quote. You're right, Simon Willison. Cool stuff. But yeah, slop is about collapsing to the mode. It's about information heat death. It's lukewarm emptiness. It's 10 million approximately identical cartoon selfies that no one will ever recall in detail because none of the details matter. Controversial is about perspective. To the Primogen, my opinion that typing speed doesn't matter is controversial. And doesn't matter is maybe too strong. But it's less important than most people make it out to be. Including the Primogen, including RWX Rob, including just a lot of people. I think typing speed does not matter that much. I've heard some people chime in, well, it helps me write emails for work. You know what's actually better for writing emails for work? Dictation. Then you don't got to type shit. Just dictate it and then proofread it. Problem solved. Maybe, yeah, maybe that's controversial. So, Christopher, maybe earlier you heard or saw Darv asking me for a recommendation about what language they should learn for the back end, and I was adamant about not giving a recommendation. D-Mart, sorry. I am very, very adamant about not making those recommendations. Yeah, PHP is fine. It's whatever you're familiar with, because, you know, if especially for learning purposes, the patterns are more important than the language behind it. Building a proper back-end application and the structure for that stuff is far more important than the language that you're doing it with. You can build a Ruby on Rails framework in any language, right? It's about developer productivity and those patterns. So that's like my biggest thing. I am really adamant about not picking teams unless you have a specific use case. And then, well, yeah, certain teams are better at certain things. You know, when it comes to sports, I don't necessarily care who's going to win, but if you want to make bets about who's going to have the most assists, like, you know, like which team is going to have the player with the most assists, well, that, you can actually just look at the data, and that's easy to discern. Nikola Jokic is going to have way more assists than most of the rest of the team. You know? And he's probably going to be the one leading that team, and he's probably going to have more assists than anyone else on the other team. Like, that's, you can bet money on that. You won't always win, but it's a pretty safe bet. Yeah, see, I don't give a shit about that. I am so anti tool choice for stuff like that. I don't care. Use it if you want. If you don't have a specific use case you're talking about, then it's a bullshit opinion anyway. If you're talking about loading up a 5 gigabyte database dump, yeah, Sublime's the best tool for that. It really is. Hold on. What is it? Editors? Yeah. Nope. Shit. Shit. Here we go. Back in 2017. So yeah, they got all these things. Cool, whatever, blah, blah, blah. Now, right, in many of these cases, sure, the terminal-based text editor ends up being really fast. Sure, when reading, let's at least show this. They've got a 3 gigabyte huge file. It's 3,000,000 1K lines. They've got a test XML 5 megabyte file. They've got 2 long lines in one text file, and then a tiny Hello World program. When it comes to the Hello World program, the results are as you would expect. Certain stuff is just faster. But can you recognize real quick that memory used when loading Hello C, Notepad++, a GUI, has less RAM usage than Emacs? Less RAM usage than gedit. No one would actually expect that. As we go down the list, yes, obviously, Atom and Code, because they are Electron-based, they're going to consume more RAM. When we look at this, right, memory used when loading it with no syntax highlighting. Notepad++, still better than Emacs. But if you put it into, what is it? What is NW? Like no workspace mode or something? Okay, well then it's less RAM. As we start getting down the list, right, like loading test XML with no highlighting. Notepad++ outperforming Emacs yet again, and really comparable with something like Micro. Okay, let's keep going, right? Loading test XML, right? The time it takes to load the test XML file is 5 megs, jump to the end of the file, and then exit. Well, now we start seeing some shit. Somehow, gedit is taking almost as long as Atom. Now, one thing to remember is this is an article from like 2017 or maybe even slightly older. VS Code is actually massively optimized as well. So remember that too. But right, like as we look at this test XML and jumping to the end of the file, Sublime Text takes 1 second and is massively faster than Vim by comparison, right? Relatively. No one would expect that. Not a single person here predicted that, unless you've heard this rant before. Right? As you do a re-highlight, jumping to test.xml, splitting the window, jumping to the end of the file in the other window, inserting a comma at the beginning, and then exiting. Notepad++, at least 5 minutes. So it was doing so well. What happened? VS Code outperforms Micro, which is crazy. Sublime outperforms Vim, gedit, and Emacs on its most optimized form. As we get farther and farther, right? Loading test XML and executing 100,000 replacements of thing with thang, and then exiting. Micro and Nano, at least 10 minutes. Atom, 10 minutes, and VS Code, 72 seconds. But isn't VS Code based on Atom? Doesn't matter. They've optimized at least that part, and they've probably done even more. They've had at least 7-8 years to work on it. But when you look at it, Sublime outperforming Emacs, outperforming gedit, barely slower than Vim. As we go deeper, right? Regular expressions. Notepad++ is actually really fast at regex. Sublime, kind of slow. But Nano being way slower than VS Code, nobody here predicted that. Not a single human being here would have predicted that. And finally, when we get to time to load the 3 GB file, insert a character at the start, and then exit. Sublime, 75 seconds. Everything else either gives you an error saying file's too large, or it just crashes. And that includes system hangs with Vim, right? Emacs system hangs, Nano, Micro, MG, gedit, jedit. So if you're going to edit a 3 GB file, but you still want a GUI, Sublime will actually outperform all your, like most of your favorite command line tools anyway. That's something to actually like understand. Now, I understand Echo Supreme. I don't know Ultra Edit. If you want to fork this and add Ultra Edit to the benchmarks, go for it. I would say an updated version of this would be really cool. I'm doubting the 3 GB file is actually here. Yeah, so the 3 gig file, GitHub would not let them upload. But you can test the other stuff at least. So you could fork this. Actually, they don't have their methodology, which is a little bit of a bummer. So if you wanted to automate this, that would be a pretty cool way of creating like a forward-facing editor perf, like doc. So if anyone's looking for a fun little side project, yeah, automate doing some of this stuff. That'd be kind of cool. Be a whole lot cooler if you did. But I just want to point out, like, the editor, like, X versus Y wars are meaningless without context. Complete bullshit. If you're not going to provide the context, the decision doesn't matter. And that is how my opinions work in general. Without context, opinions are bullshit. Yep. The only true answer is it depends. Anyone who gives you an answer is either selling something or they don't actually even know. And that's fine. You can let the haters hate because they're actually clueless. Right? Their hate comes from ignorance. You can recognize that's usually the case. For hate in general. Exactly. Totally meaningless. It's coming from ignorance. Who cares? You can just ignore those people. It has very strong, like, I remember my first beer type vibes, you know? Blah, blah, blah editor is better. I remember my first text editor. Blah, blah, blah framework is better. I remember my first framework. You want us to put a nipple on it? Yes, I'm referencing Beer Fest, obviously. I remember my first beer. You want us to put a nipple on it? But yeah. I like that rant. I'll happily give that rant. Real quick though. So yeah, we want to keep hammering this out. This actually needs to become what did we call it? Submit text. And I didn't actually destructure it. Oh yeah, he's the best. This is where we need to do the whole use form thing. Oh. Hey, defy us all, Mr. Sir. How you doing? Ooh, this is a new album we're trying out. This one's good. Character pathing management. Nice. Are you tile-based? Gnarly. Okay, so yeah, are you just doing Dijkstra's, or are you, like, I'm guessing you're doing A-Star, right? But Dijkstra's is a good, like, easy, like, starting option. I like Dijkstra's because it's like, it's so, like poetically simple. I really like that. Oh, defined pathing. Oh, got it, got it. Like, got it. Okay. It's like certain characters like go back and forth between certain things or whatever, right? Got it. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Cool. Yeah, no, that sounds fun. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. I feel like you could still like purely A-star that by just having them have like a start and an end point. And then, you know, if you want them to walk along a road versus like walking through the grass, you just simply like set the travel cost of the grass higher, even though it doesn't necessarily change their travel speed in game. But maybe that's like over engineering it. Follow mechanics makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I was just more getting at like you know, say you've got people walking back and forth within town, right? You can still like assign a cost to that, but then it becomes really like heavy because it almost needs to be like character specific, what like each tile cost is. And that can get heavy. Whereas like instead just drawing their path is simpler. So yeah, like, yeah, the way I'm thinking of it would probably be over engineering. Until you get to some point where I don't know, like once you have enough characters, manually building out their paths can become a little tough. Okay. Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense. And that's some of like the fun stuff, like coming up with those systems. But yeah, keeping it simple is probably the right approach in most cases. So yeah, people joining from the raid. The thing we're building is a listener for like you would listen for keywords from Blue Sky. And we can then notify you through any of the notifications you want to set per keyword. As an example, like certain keywords you might want to have go out through email, other keywords you might want to have go out to a Slack channel, things like that. I mean, we could. Yeah, we could totally do that, Ethan. We could set up a smoke signal bot. Why not? Morse code. And real quick, hold on. Hey, Four Wheel, thank you for the sub. I appreciate that. So yeah, this listener that we're building, we are still at like the early stages, but you can see some of the design logic here. Oh, hold on. No, if I go back, hold on. No, I got some bugs. I gotta fix the bugs first, real quick. Sorry. Let me do that part, and then this part we can fix. All right, there we go. So yeah, the create org thing, we'll throw that away here in a bit. Walter is definitely something we're going to be using for this. This project is made specifically for dog fooding Walter. And hey, what's up, Robotic Head? I saw that shout out you did last night. Was that someone commenting on your chat overlay? Yeah, like basically we have to rename Walter, and I still haven't pulled the trigger on deciding on a name yet, which I need to do here soon, but I need a project to dog food Walter first anyway. What am I using for auth? Just OAuth and like I can show you. Just OAuth and Magic Link. I know I had said I was going to use some auth provider, but I mean, magic links are just so damn easy, and OAuth is just so damn easy that I don't know, man. I had convinced myself that I was going to use Clerk at some point, and then I convinced myself not to. No, which is why we have OAuth. Like, it's easy. You don't want a magic link? Use OAuth. And in fact, I'll probably make OAuth the preferred thing, and then have email be like a separate thing, basically how Vercel does it. Right? Bam. Right? Throw that one way down in the list. But for now, we've got it separate because I haven't built out the OAuth, and I'm just testing with Magic Link because it's easy for me. So hold on, Christopher, you're missing it. There is no password for this. This is just a magic link. You enter your email, and it sends you an email to your inbox. You click the link in that email. There is no password. I think passwords are actually massively outdated. Okay, just out of context. Got it. Yeah, I don't know. Not sure. I don't know why a lot of companies do that. I find it really annoying too, though. It does, Lake. Yep. I believe. Yeah, so it creates the account at this point. Because we have to store the magic link in some way anyway, so we have to create the user at that point. At least that's the way I built it. So yeah, we may end up getting a bunch of users that never log in. We can always just prune them after some amount of like a week of them not validating. Yeah, that might be a big part of it there, Ethan. Yeah, I think that's a good call. It's probably related to like SAML and OIDC. Nah, that's actually a really good point. Yeah, good call, guys. I didn't even think about that. But yes, we do seamlessly create the user account under the hood. So that's why it's login or register. But yeah, let me go use the restroom real quick, and I'll be right back. Yeah, so Christopher, it would then end up being like a completely separate login page, which is kind of a bad experience. Like, that would be more annoying. Like, well, I typed my email into here, but because I'm using SSO, I had to go to a totally different login page to initiate it. Ugh. Right? So it's really just down to which experience do you want to harm more. All right, and I'm back. Let me double check this. Yeah, all right. Just double checking I had Magic Sword and the ticket downloaded. All right, so yeah, this part goes away because it ends up being a different thing. All right, and this is the part where we wanted to create a form. Well, I already forget how we're doing that on the login page. So yeah, we want to create the schema. All right, so then here And damn, Magic Sword isn't even sold out. Shit. Anyone that wants to go see Magic Sword in Seattle, go for it. Yeah, 1 second. It actually goes away. Let me double check this. That would be why that's giving us grief. And we'll get back to that in a sec. Yeah, no worries, Christopher. Have a good night. Yeah, cheers. So yeah, you want to see the auth service. So basically, our services, the base starts out with KY, which is a fetch wrapper that adds interceptors and like prefix URLs and a bunch of like the nice stuff you would get from something like Axios. But KY is just lighter because it's not having to like reinvent the wheel because fetch is smaller than XML HTTP request. So then I define my base KY, which adds the header application JSON for content type. We do our 401 handler, which happens for all of it. And then we get an auth KY that attaches our authorization token, right, as like a before request. So these are the interceptors I'm talking about and why I really like an abstraction on top of fetch. From there, I've got my auth service, which is really just like creating the methods that I call elsewhere for, doing the base service dot post and, wrapping these things into responses that we care about, as well as passing the params through. So this is where we get type safety from these things. And we're doing it static so that we don't have to instantiate any of this junk. Yeah, this is pretty much the same pattern I apply to all of my single page applications. Yeah. Dude, yeah, KY is really nice. It's got retry logic built in depending on like the response codes and like there's just so much really cool stuff built into it. This is the first project I'm using it on, but I really like it. Walter is still using Axios because we started it a couple years ago. Let me get more music going. But yeah, like this is a pattern I picked up in Angular, which is why I don't think frameworks matter because this pattern is broadly applicable. You can use it in any framework. Like we could even implement our caching at the service level per like endpoint per resource kind of stuff. Now, granted, I do really want to use React Query or Tanstack Query at some point. I probably should have used it for this project, but I don't know. Yeah, one of these days. Yeah, exactly, Ethan. Yep. No, I think Tanstack Query does its own like fetch logic. Like I don't think you even need KY if you're using Tanstack because it has its own like hook mechanisms. Oh, do you? Well, okay. Oh. Yeah, I think I was misunderstanding this. I still like the type safety of what I'm doing now. I'm sure there's some way of making Tanstack Query type safe. Realistically, I could use Tanstack Query to wrap my services too, actually. Damn, this song's crunchy. I don't know why I even went and looked, but yeah. That is hilarious. Infinite power. That was good. I shouldn't have even looked over there. I saw a notification. Oh, that's funny. So, I mean, like, look at the thing it's a reply to. XAI has acquired X. Just more Elon bullshit. We're not going to rant about Elon today, though. He bought the domain back in like the late 90s and has wanted to use it for something ever since. I know, right? Now hold on. So with the service approach, I have to keep my front end types in sync with my back end. Like there's no automatic code gen sharing of types through something like OpenAPI generated client. That's where you're wrong. These types are absolutely coming from an SDK that we built. I just really didn't like the SDK's approach to like the methods they were calling. So these login params are actually coming from the SDK, and the SDK is being generated from our OpenAPI spec. However, we don't get any type safety for these, right? Like the routes. But we could if we generate those types at build time. So my plan, which I'm not doing right now, is to comb the OpenAPI spec and grab all of these routes. And I think I even showed it somewhere. Did I do it here in Build SDK? No. Oh, it's over in our SDK folder, right? So eventually I want to comb the OpenAPI YAML or JSON file, grab all of these paths, and then the ones that end up having, you know, like org ID or whatever in them, replacing that with thing string, and then we would have this path type, and that would be part of our type safety. Yep, exactly. But yeah, like, dude, the path names, they were like, look at some of this bullshit. If we go look at the users API, the OpenAPI spec gave us what ends up being users API dot ATProto Elixir web user controller create raw. I'm not putting that in my application. I'm not going to do it. They can't make me. Nope. Not going to happen. Not going to do it. Wouldn't be prudent. I know for a fact there is some kind of way to override that. It's just not worth the effort. I would rather write our custom script that generates our path stuff. And then, you know, we still get all of our like request data just fine, right? Like request params and, you know, user response and all that BS. Yeah. Which is also making me doubt. Like, for Walter, we're going to have to do that custom naming bullshit, which sucks. But at least for Walter, we control the name of these things a lot better. So the output should be better too. So yeah, for Walter, it'll probably be much better than this because this is all based upon using Elixir as the source of truth for generating the OpenAPI spec. And then the OpenAPI spec in that way has all of that bullshit, right? So realistically, there might be some way to force the Elixir OpenAPI specification generator to name that stuff better too. It depends on your goal. Right? So number one, TRPC really only works if your front end and your back end are TypeScript. If your back end isn't TypeScript, TRPC is not a great option. If you plan on letting other people connect to your API, TRPC is probably also not a great option. Like, you're going to need an open API spec for consumers anyway. TRPC seems really nice. I haven't had a project where it makes sense to use it yet, though. You know, like, Colin created it, right? The guy that made Zod. He's no longer the maintainer, but it's still like his brainchild. So I got a lot of faith in his ability to write really nice to use tools. Right? He cares about his craft. But it hasn't fit my use case yet. I'm not going to shoehorn it into some process just because. But yeah, I didn't realize that TanStack query, like I hadn't looked at it close enough. I could be doing my service calls here instead of inside of a like a use effect. And I would get like pending error and like data state out of it. It's kind of nice. And we would get caching too. TRPC wraps TanStack query? I didn't know that. Really? I did not know that. Okay. Huh. Yeah, I probably should have been using TanStack query for what do we call it? Orderly, right? Like the dictation app I made. TanStack query would have made sense for those like SQLite calls, like in the browser. Yeah, I didn't even think about that. Ooh, they just did something here that I find really interesting. You can have multiples of these highlighted just simply because they're in the view. That's nice. That's really nice, actually. Oh, I'm gonna have to steal that. I don't know why I didn't even think about that. But yeah, like the active state is just whether it's in the view, not whether it's like the one that you're guessing that they're reading right now. Ooh, that is smart, actually. I really like that. That is really nice. Yeah, so on submit here, we actually want it to be on submitted. Yep. Or no, we don't actually. So it can be a promise. Yeah, we want this form to manage its own like loading state. Actually, we don't care if this is async. So we can do that. This is going to just be dot. Then wait a second. What? Let's just keep going. That's definitely an error for a reason, but I'm not sure why. All right, so we bring in form. Yep, from React hook form. The on submit is not it. It's handle submit. But they hate it. Ah, that's because we don't have this type. They put on an event where they had like a max of, I think it was something like 200 people, but they booked, like they let our 800 RSVPs in. So then they were turning people away at the door. And then when I got in there, because I can do some stuff, some other people were also pulling shenanigans and followed in. And they were extremely rude about kicking us out, even though there was plenty of room and they were not over capacity. So yeah, I have a major grudge against their DevRel. It's rude. It's not a good look for a company, and they were extremely rude. But you can judge a product by how they conduct themselves. For sure, 100%. A company that's going to allow 800 RSVPs for a venue that has a hard cap? Nope. Problem. That's fine. It's just poor planning. Again, like, there's all the reasons in the world, but it doesn't forgive how rude they were after the fact and how poorly planned it was. To me, that speaks to the organization. And as a consumer, as just a random person, all I can do is say, I do not recommend this company. I just don't like them. Yeah, they should have owned it in some way. But it's not just the fact that they overbooked, it's that they were so rude about it as well. I may not have a lot of pull, but I can at least use what pull I do have to recommend basically any other product. Any other competitor, you should probably use it. Whether it's going to matter, I don't know. Whatever. But keep in mind, I'm not saying anything about their product. I'm not saying anything that would be slander or libel. I'm simply saying I just don't like it. And I'm also stating facts. If companies like that never have any pushback, they'll never learn. Yeah. And again, I don't know about again, but we've mentioned it in previous things. So much about like Thor's situation would have been better with just a little bit of humility. Right? Like the OnlyFans thing. Just a little bit of ownership. I'm not saying I dislike him for that. Other people do, though, and it really would have been in his best interest to just own the mistake. I know. We're not trying to talk shit about Thor. We're just simply trying to analyze the situation from an outside perspective. And yeah, like a little bit of humility would have gone a long way. I don't know the dude. I have no dog in that race. But from the backlash, it really does seem like a little bit of humility would have helped. Some of the other clips that surfaced afterwards because of it also really didn't help the case. Like, did y'all This one I think is definitely still worth like dragging him through the mud for. Did you see the clip from like before that when he's playing with people in hardcore? And they almost wiped. And he said, "Whoever pulled that is getting banned. I am kicking them immediately." And then play back the clip and it was him. Dude. Like, dude. And then instead of, well, shit, I fucked up, it was, well, who did it isn't the point. Like, the backpedaling is insane. He almost hit 88 miles per hour going backwards with that backpedaling. He was trying to go back in time. I can feel it. If you haven't seen that clip, it really does kind of say something. There you go. Hell yeah, Alta 4. How you doing, man? Yeah, I was going to say, like, I haven't seen you stream in ages, but I saw you going yesterday and today. So yeah, stoked. You can't admit you're wrong on stream? I'm wrong all the time. Shit. Shit. Wrong is my default state. But yeah, Alta 4. Good to see you streaming again, man. Wednesdays and Fridays? Okay, I must have just missed it. Yeah, I don't know. Just stoked to see you streaming again. For sure, man. Ooh, who was that? Was that the bread? Are you out there still? Someone was in here, and the project they were working on, they must have been on like an older version of Pulumi, but they had like a problem with some stuff, and it turned out to be a bug in Pulumi, which I don't know. Like, I was hoping they at least like shared that story with you because I thought you know, you might be somewhat interested. Are you going to get into Path of Exile 2 anytime? Oh, really? Yeah, for some reason I thought Pulumi was like right up your alley. Is it Nyx that scratches that itch for you then? Like, what are you using for like what Pulumi would be doing? Are you just terraforming it up? Then you move to it for your course. Got it. Now you kind of want to go back to Pulumi. There you go. Obviously. Snip, snap, snip, snap. You have no idea how much of a toll that takes on the human body. I mean, sometimes just the learning aspect of it is its own project, right? It's its own value. So, I don't know. And yeah, how's Vorpal going? Have you done much with that lately? I forget exactly what Vorpal is. I just remember it being like a really good name for a project. Builder pattern today for the SDK, and a lot of people dug it. Yeah, the builder pattern's awesome. I really like it. The tricky part is that with the builder pattern, you end up implementing your own DSL, basically. And some people have strong opinions about DSLs. So Docker plus Nyx, but without Docker or Nyx. Got it. Yeah. Yeah, cool. But yeah, are you thinking about playing some Path of Exile 2 at any point? The like the new season or whatever they call it is starting on I think the 4th. They're releasing one of the new characters. It's still early access, so it still costs money. If you're waiting for it to go free, that makes sense to me. WoW anniversary, because of course. Dude, I think I still have. Oh, thank you for the reminder. I think I'm still paying for WoW. I need to cancel that shit. Like, dude, I haven't played it in like a year. I'm really blowing it. But, you know, I'm also really lazy. Yeah, Path of Exile's really, really, like, there's problems with it, of course, and they're working on it. It's still early access. But I don't know. I've enjoyed just like optimizing and trying different builds, and I've got like 4 characters at the end game now. I'm looking forward to the new one, but I probably won't play the new character till I get like another character to the end game so that I can fund like better builds. But yeah, yeah. If you end up wanting to play, just let me know. Like I started out with a couple characters doing just like my own thing and winging it, and then yeah, now I'm just following people's builds. And holy shit, the build I'm on right now for the Gemling Legionnaire, like the archer guy, like the crossbow archer guy, he's not even using the crossbow, but that like ascendancy or whatever really allows you to like spec some shit. And yeah, he's just using the staff like the monk would, and it's OP. Like, oh my god. Ethan, you saw it yesterday, right? Started a monk. Oh, okay. I didn't realize you played any of it. Yeah, monk is tough unless you have like a good build. I think monk actually like can build a lot of the same stuff that the crossbow like monk's like hybrid build can do too. But it's really punishing early game. Just because you got to be like up in the face, and like yeah, melee just means you're taking a lot of damage. You saw that Lightspeed? Yeah, that was when I was the warrior, and I'm just like too slow. Like I was just way too slow with my warrior. I haven't actually grouped up for any of the end game stuff with my build of what that guy did, basically. I don't even know if I was on the warrior with that one. That might have been my sorceress. I think that was the sorceress. It's gonna be even more so that way, Ethan. Like it's gnarly. But yeah, like really, mobility is a huge bit. Or I die, and then you gotta like run for your life and kite, which is fun too. Gives me time to like chill. All right, one more of these. Ooh, glasses. You listen to synthwave, right? I'm gonna go see Magic Sword tonight. It's gonna be pretty good. I saw Time Cop 1983 like last week, and Droid Bishop opened for him. Droid Bishop's dangerous. Do not, I repeat, do not create a drinking game with your friends every time he says hello, whatever city you're in. He said the word Seattle easily 30 or 40 times. And he was one of the opening acts. You will die if you create a drinking game where you drink every time he says your city name. Santana, every time he goes off on a rant. Yeah, I can see that. I could totally see that. Yeah, man. Dude, glasses. We haven't chatted in a bit. Yeah, I'm stoked. I'm surprised you didn't like hit up Prime and them and like go do like a little bit of the guest thing. Like, you know, LA's like a short enough drive from where you're at, right? Right? Like Rox drove in from San Fran. Yeah, yeah, life and all that. No, I get that. That makes sense. Um, yeah, I wasn't invited, but even if I was, we have like a major release at Get Kraken, like starting next week. Like all of our products have like a major release happening, and we're also like doing a bunch of like it's like Project Lightspeed, and we're like reworking the billing and a bunch of that stuff, and adding AI features to everything, and blah blah blah. So like, it's been hectic. It was like, yeah, it was kind of stressful. Like me and a coworker definitely had a couple moments, but you know, I'm pretty sure we're good. Do I still write code at GetKraken? No, I'm a developer advocate. Yeah, no. Like, I do have to write code and build projects that can help me demo the tools, which is part of what we're doing right now. Like, we're using GetKraken, like, work items for this project as part of, like, me testing things out and validating it. The cool part about like work item is we have two separate repos. Like, who here has two separate repos they wish were part of a mono repo, but to do so would mean a lot more like DevOps effort on the build processes, right? Like making sure your CI/CD doesn't needlessly build stuff it doesn't have to based upon the code changes. Like, you require like a really like DevOps focused person to do that. Not every project has that person. Not every project has a glasses on their team. So instead, you can create a work item and add all these repos to it. Their CI/CD can be totally separate, so you don't have to worry about fine tuning that stuff against each other. And you can then do something like GK work commit, and then dash dash AI, and it'll actually generate the commits based on the changes in those separate repos, individual for each repo. So you still have like legit good commit messages. So we can generate the AI commit messages, and then from there we could do GK work push, which would push them up to the remotes, and then we could do PR create dash dash AI, and it'll create like the subject and description for those PRs as well, right? Both at the same time, or maybe even more than two repos. Like, really like kind of cool. I like that. Now there's a lot more work to do. It's still early. The auto completion is, I think, going to be the biggest thing we need to do. Auto completion is our like biggest gap in the functionality right now, and I'm gonna, as a developer advocate, I'm gonna have to like push for that. But yeah, it's kind of like really nice. Yeah, like this like PR create thing. I'm pretty sure it's something that like Theo even tweeted about needing at one point. Like when I push up, can some tool just generate the PR for me when I create a new branch and push to it? And we're not necessarily doing it exactly that way, but it is automating the BS away from it in some way, which I think is cool. Ooh, but glasses. Have you seen Neo Brutalism? Ooh, this thing's nice. I'm doing this theme. And what's up, Nicholas? How you doing over on YouTube? But yeah, like this theme, you know, it's like themed itself, and you can decide how much border radius you want or don't want. I'm doing 0. But it's basically Shad CN, but a wrapper around it, so you get like all of this kind of like this junk, right? So neo-brutalism without the effort. It's my first time actually using it. I've been wanting to use it for ages. But yeah, so we got some bugs. We got to fix the bugs. Ugh. Looks like Gumroad. Ooh. Yeah, like neo-brutalism is like the hot new thing. And yeah, Gumroad recently just did like a redesign that makes it look that way. They didn't always look that way, right? And it's not exactly the same. Jesus. Ugh. Some of the bullshit on the front page of Gumroad. Are you kidding me? It is, yeah, this is neo-brutalist. Right? It's just like its own flavor of it. Oh, now I see it. Yeah, oh, now I totally see it. Yeah, good call. Oh, yeah, you're totally right. Yeah, good call. Like, I hate the red with the black text on it. Oh, their dashboard looks even more like it. That makes sense. You definitely did, Lake, and that's why I was like, all right, hold on. I don't want to scroll any further because who knows what you'll see. One thing that's commendable is like even neo-brutalism, like the framework in their description of neo-brutalism, they even say like, yeah, dark mode is actually really tricky. So the dark mode is not something they actually recommend, but yeah, I'd say Gumroad's nailing it on the dark mode for this. Besides that bad contrast, there's no way that passes accessibility guidelines. There's no way in hell. No, they didn't say it's impossible. It's just tough to do right. So yeah, hold on. It does pass. Wow. So it doesn't meet AAA for regular text, but if they bold it, it actually passes. Wow. Okay. My bad. I'm wrong. I hate it. Does this mean my eyes are getting bad? Because I hate it. I think this contrast ratio is like somehow it's good enough, but just looking at it, it isn't. To me. Huh. All right. Well, never mind. Like these other ones look great. Like that one, it's close to not being great. That one's fine. That one's fine. But yeah, that red is just, I don't know, man. It's like, Nah, like my eyes just don't like it. Right, so hold on. What is today? Today's 28th, 29th, Saturday, 30th, 31st is Monday. So then the 4th is like next Friday. Yeah. Makes sense that they're releasing PoE2's next major update on a Friday. I get it. All right. Touche. So I know what I'm doing next Friday night. I mean, I'd rather be the Picasso of web dev because Pablo Picasso was never called asshole. He might walk down the street and women turn the color of an avocado, but Pablo Picasso was never called asshole. We have to hear that song now, right? Synthwave's good. That song's better. He would walk down the street and women could not resist his stare. That's the song. Yeah, yeah. All the Modern Lovers tracks. So yeah, glasses. You've seen Repo Man, right? Pablo Picasso. What's up there? Where should I beg for food? That's the lyric. What's up, Codius Gaming? How you doing? Girls would turn the color of an avocado when he would drive down the street in his El Dorado. Like, dude, there's such weird, goofy lyrics. My night's going well. Yeah, we're chilling. I need to finish up this form. Um, and yeah, what we need to do here is define the right values on org response. Yeah, okay. And it's not org name, it's name, and we might have been fine, actually, without doing that. Yeah. All right, so we do that. And yeah, thank you for the follows. Where should I beg for food? And Codius Gaming. Welcome. Ooh, and I wonder if org response is actually wrong here. It's actually create org params, which then actually overlaps with that just fine. All right, yeah. So back to synthwave. Let me get the music to the right volume. I think this is wrong already. So hold on. How are we doing that with the form again? Oh, we're not even using form field. That would explain that part. So we can't do H full here. We don't want to do H screen either. If, like, let me just show it. If we do H screen, that means we get an automatic, like, scroll bar. And it's, like, way too far down there. ET32. Yep. Good to go. So then, yeah, org form. Yeah, I feel like Flexbox should allow us to do that, like, fill, but we'd have to do maybe like a flex grow thing. Yeah, Figuera, I really like it. This is taking a lot of the effort out of styling. Yeah, I'm really stoked on it. You like the chat animation? Thank you. Yeah, that's a thing I built called Stream Parrot. Anyone can go sign up for it. You do need to have your email verified, though. We realized that was a bug at one point for someone. But yeah, totally free. Like, you know, I was going to monetize it and then a hard drive crashed and I lost all that source code, so I can't even change it anymore. So whatever, like, features you want fixed, no, I'm sorry. It is what it is. I should have had it pushed up. I could have sworn I had it pushed up to Bitbucket, but there was that time where Jira had that major outage where they lost like 2 weeks of people's work. I don't think they admitted to losing Bitbucket data as well. But I could have sworn I had pushed it up. But it's like this dude smokes weed or something. I don't get it. So no, it's probably not a Bitbucket problem, and I just blew it. Say la vie. Okay, so here's the thing, though. We should not be seeing this form, even though we're using it, right? And technically, Schedule 1? What is Schedule 1? Yeah, smoking weed, right? Okay, yeah. Just double checking. Yep. Yeah, I live in Washington State. Fully legal. Ooh, there isn't a loading for these buttons. Damn, that is one thing that's really nice about Mantine. They have a loading state built into the buttons. But okay. Hold on. Wait, where's... Oh, yeah, this error. That error is a bummer, man. Why is it a bummer, though? Yeah, we definitely want to do the labeling of, or not the labeling, but the usage of our inputs and how the labels and inputs work. We want to fix that. So yeah, form field, form item, form label. Oh, and they do an input. Oh. Interesting. We should probably fix that. All right, there we go. So we fixed that part. On submit, still an error. Name. Yeah, I'm gonna do this same thing for the login form before I forget. All right, so yeah, that makes so. Nope, that doesn't solve that. That error shouldn't be an issue. I broke it. Cannot destructure property of get field state, or sorry, property get field state of use form context as it's null. All right, what am I doing wrong about that? Oh, they're doing form item. Oh, form field, form item. No, that's how we're doing it too. Shit. Oh, yeah, no, no, that's right. What? What do we think I'm doing wrong here? That part's not our issue. It was rendering without that ahead of time. So hold on. Error occurred inside form label. So it's props there that I think is the problem. What up, Daruk? How you doing? Oh, and thank you for the follow, LJ. Appreciate you. Welcome. That was the wrong button. Tried to do it one-handed. That was a mistake. Hmm. Yeah, I don't know what this bug is. But we're following their docs like directly. Maybe. I'm not a big fan of listening to recommendations in front of people because if I don't like it, it feels really shitty, doesn't it? And I tend to be kind of picky. Like, dude, it's one of the worst feelings in the world. You're like, oh man, this is one of my favorite movies. You put it on, and like 10 minutes in, people are just looking at their phone instead. You know? I consider that to be basically the same feeling as recommending a song that someone doesn't like either. I know, I get it, I get it. I'd rather you post it over to the Discord. We have a music channel. Oh, you did? Hold on. When did you post it? I don't even see it. Where is it, man? Oh, it's like like infected mushroom. Is it the infected mushroom or the carpenter brute? Le Perv? Oh yeah, yeah, carpenter brute. Yeah, carpenter brute's too crunchy for me. Like just a little too fast. So Figuera, yes, I've done that by playing music I made to a friend and seeing that look on their face. Never again. I'll play my own music here on stream because I don't have to see you guys reacting to it. All right, well, I'm about to give up on the form inputs, I guess. God, that's just so weird. Why? Why is it so broken? It's like that scene in Tommy Boy. Like, what did you do? No, you're right. I did it. I totally did it. But yeah, no, I know Carpenter Brute. They're good. They're a little too fast for me. There's another artist that is like a little too fast as well. Dance with the Dead. Dance with the Dead's a little too fast as well. What's the issue? We're getting an error, and it has to do with a shad CN wrapper called Neo-Brutalism, and the error we're getting is cannot destructure property get field state of use form context as it is null. And it's for the form label component. There you go. I mean, it's a skill. Some people aren't capable of giving up. You're better at giving up than they are. Now, and the way to give up on this is just to go back to using just a regular old label. Name prop. That's a good point. No. They have name. Oh, you got an ad. Yeah. I did explain it. We're getting an error. That error is cannot destructure property get field state of use form context. Even though we basically just copied what they got. Like pretty much directly, we copied what they got. And the issue has to do with our form label here. No, it isn't. Now, we would have had way more errors if we did that, right? If we do name 2, we get way more red here in the sidebar. Oh, you can't see the sidebar. Well, it's an error having to do with shadcn because it's a wrapper around shadcn. I'm not saying shadcn has a bug, but it's an error originating from a shadcn wrapper. Because neo-brutalism is a shadcn wrapper. Now, let's go look at it. We see form field, we see use form field and get field state here. Right? Use form context is then failing, and that comes from React hook form. But so does, like, shadcn does this same thing. Just put an empty string. Oh, that's not a bad idea. The problem is it's coming from label, not the input. Do I have 2 forms nested? I don't. No, this is the way that you're supposed to do it. You're supposed to do the form, which is the React hook form, and then the form from use form. Like, this is actually exactly how it's supposed to be. Yeah, this is a good idea, right? Just remove that. See what happens? So now it's on form control. I mean, we can remove the form control, but that kind of defeats the purpose. Now it's on form description. I doubt it has to do with that on submit, but we can double check. Yep, no. So yeah, the error doesn't persist in the exact same way, but every single child of form item ends up yelling at us. So it's got to be related to form item. We've got a default value, actually. I mean, according to their docs, it doesn't, right? We can go look at it, just to be sure. Form item context provider. Sure, so that's probably the thing doing that part. And yeah, it's just spreading props here. But that's where that value is most likely undefined, right? Let me get some more music going. Yeah, it is super strange. Hmm. This could be a moment to call it good for the day. And then we come back at it tomorrow, fresh and relaxed. Let's double check that. Now, that's actually a really good thought there, Christoph. That's a great point. Let's double check that. Like a Minecraft villager? I've never played Minecraft before, so I have no idea what you're talking about. Please don't judge me. I have never played Minecraft. Ever. I'm not even kidding. Like, not even exaggerating. I've played Terraria, and that's close enough, right? I know, I get it. Nope. Good catch. No, that's totally it. Oh, there you go. No, that is definitely it. That was definitely it. Good catch, restarted. That was it. Nah, you're totally right. Yes, that was an auto import. Good catch. That would have taken me ages. Good catch, dude. Let's double check we got it right here. There it would have worked. So yeah, I would have gone back to the login screen and double checked that and it would have worked. Maybe I would have figured it out. Good job. Look at the big brain on Brad. No, that was very, very, like, good catch. Good job. I'm not even mad. I'm impressed. I was about to just ditch the form field and form item stuff and just raw dog it with a label and an input. Thank you for saving me from myself. Man, some of the shenanigans this guy will pull. All right, so this might actually still be like a good point to call it. Let's do this. Let me go inspect. And yeah, what's up, Standard? How you doing? Yeah, it has been a bit. Okay, so we get a 500 sad panda. Like, we shouldn't actually be seeing this form because we know that user's created. So that 500 sad panda, we can definitely investigate. Permissions not found in. Shit. All right, so no, this is that same bug. Okay, I thought we only had one endpoint in which permissions were not being set. But technically we have two, but it's not obvious from the router. Because I would have expected pipe through to put it there. So we may actually just have a bug in belongs to org. Let's double check that. No, never mind. We're not getting a 404 from it, though. So for some reason, this middleware isn't being called on that endpoint. But technically, org ID is not in con.params. So we got to go do the same thing that we did here, which is user controller. We're going to do it here for org as well. So operation index, we need to go to our permissions. So really, like the none check, we can actually start doing inside of our has permission check instead. Yes, we might actually be able to move that to the has permission check. But we're only doing it twice so far, at which point I'm kind of okay with it. We still get a 500 sad panda. Oh. We don't. What? Nope. I see it. No, I totally see it. Now, so that was a mistake here. This is actually it's actually that. Which means we start to get an error up here because we're doing that wrong. There it is. All right, so now we have our list of orgs. The current org is set. And now we don't see that form because, yeah, Harker is there. Okay, cool. But we at least validated that that form shows up. So here's the thing. With our GK work, like work item stuff, I would actually really like to be able to add all of this stuff directly without having to like stop and add them individually. But technically we can just do it over here. So we can add changes this way. Right? Stage them. So then, yeah, it at least encourages all of this stuff to be added together. We're going to add all of that. Right? Boom. So now it's a command or a commit. Yep. AI generation. One thing I want to do, though... Nope, if I could type. This is something I want to convince them to add to it. They need to analyze the commit messages that are already existing and try and follow that pattern in some way. Or allow me to pass another flag that is --cc for conventional commits. But if we do it, gk log, right? Updates org permissions for index and create. But okay, so yeah, I'm gonna make a note of that to myself, just to like remind them about it. But I do really like that idea. Like I didn't have to go in and create those commits per repo. That was huge. That's like really nice, actually. I really like that. But where we need to pick up tomorrow is that isn't even like the work item that we were trying to accomplish. We need to get keywords fetched and shown on the screen, right? And when we navigate to the keywords page, they should be showing. So that's like the next bit that we want to do. And then I will maybe create a PR or maybe just directly merge it. I'm wondering, yeah, we'll have to test that out. So once we get the keyword stuff done, we'll have to test like the multi-repo part of that. So yeah, we're at least like validating the thing we're working on, and I'm pretty happy with that. I do have this concert I want to go to. It starts in 40 minutes. You know, the main act doesn't start for, you know, an hour and 40 minutes, but I do at least want to drive into Seattle, have another drink while I'm there, prep for the show, watch the concert, and eat some ramen after. And I will probably not be back in time to do any gaming tonight, but I will be here tomorrow, and we will tackle this same stuff. So yeah, let's figure out who we go raid. Like, who's streaming right now? Who should we head on into? We see Andrew Rock doing some Zig dev. I believe he's the creator of Zig, which is huge. There's also Odatnerd. Wolfie Master. I feel like we've raided Wolfie Master pretty recently. There's Clonk going as well. Rython doing some co-working. We've definitely raided Wolfie Master, like within the past little bit. And yeah, what up, Ponchix? And thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. I don't have a good command for it, but basically we are building a tool to listen to Blue Sky and send notifications when a specific keyword is mentioned. Yeah, let's go raid Andrew Rock. I don't know if I've ever raided him before. He normally streams earlier in the day. Oh, he's building async await for Zig. Is that something that they don't have, but they're working on? That is actually super cool. Oh my God, I almost typed that in his chat. Type a raid command in his chat? That'd be weird. But yeah, we're doing a bunch of like Elixir and React Dev for this project. And it's actually, the reason we're building this is so that we can dog food another project I've been working on that I'm slacking on renaming. But we still need to dog food it before it's worth like publishing, because I got to validate a lot of the user experience of it. I already said what I'm coding. So yeah, currently we're about to go right into Andrew Rock's stream. But I definitely just said it, Ponchix. Maybe you're just correcting yourself. Like, I understood what you meant anyway, so no big deal. But yeah, so YouTube, thank you all for hanging out. I'll see you guys tomorrow.